be a place for you. I'll 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 be a place for you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? It's Radio 1FA, back to back original tracks all night long. Well, 4 hours anyway. That's not exactly all night, is it? Let's be fair. Yes, so Mr. Stockton and Mrs. Stockton, the Stocktons, will not be able to join us. I know. Look, I'm gonna have to have a go and moan at myself, and until someone else joins me. Yeah, no. What can I do? It is what it is. Gas leaks have to be mended. You can't just leave gas flowing out, can you? I mean, it's just not done, is it? It's not right. It's not proper. You know? Do you get me? You know. I'm sure you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah. So yeah, we won't be doing any banter. It's just me moaning at myself and playing a few tracks. But look, hey, the way I look at it is this: I'll play more tracks because rather than sit here talking, you know, you know, don't you? You see where I'm coming from, don't you? You do. I know you do. It's just the kind of people you are. Open with that. Let me do this. You know me. I like to do my thing, don't I? Right? Let's do this. There we go. Yeah, I'll see. So I've got my pretty little thing going round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Got a pretty little thing going round the outside. Yeah. So hello everybody. Right now, what I need to do is go through and say hello in the proper way I'm supposed to. You know, because that's what YouTubers do. You know, didn't you know that? When you do a live stream, right? What you're supposed to do is greet everybody, unless you've got like hundreds of people in the chat, then you just say a collective hi to all. But until that day, which is a long way away, see what I did there? Rhymed, you know. Until that day, I can say hello to every single one of you because there's not too many people in the chat. You get me? So, fuck you. And fuck you too, Lee says. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Good to see you. 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I just realised how stationary that was. Now, we can't have that, can we? No. Bit of movement on the screen. Yeah, no. Is what it is, isn't it? I can't believe I'm going to be alone. But I have got a special guest. Yeah. It's called The Keys. It's, yay, everybody says. Don't everybody shout it once, will you? So anyway, fuck you. Hi, how you doing? Peace. Shelley, hi, how you doing? Dara, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, obviously, Midnight Society. At least you're in the chat, darling. You know. Yeah. There you go. Who else we got? We're really quiet tonight. Julie Van D. Hello. Hiya. Are you well? Jolly good. Moving on. Downtown Terry Brown. How you doing, fella? Good to see you. That's it. I got through everybody. See, really packed crowd tonight. Oh, Jax is here somewhere as well. Young Jax. I know he's here. He's milling about somewhere. I saw his name in there somewhere. Oh, there he is. There, see? See? I knew you were there, Jax, didn't I? I knew it, didn't I? All right, mate. Yeah, see, smile on your face now, ain't ya? Hey, ain't ya? Hey, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, it's nice. Enough of my jibber jabber. Should I play a track, shall I? Anybody got a choice that they want to hear? Because I know a lot of you know, you know most of what I do now. Don't, I mean, a lot of it anyway, you know, but if you're quick, you're really quick, I'll stick on a track that you want. Look, there's the songs, right? Let's get rid of the banners a second. As if you want to, you can screenshot that little puppy right there. Oh, hang on, let's get rid of Jax's comment as well. Sorry, Jax. Get rid of that. There you go. Now, if you wanted to, potentially, you could screenshot that. If you've got a mobile phone, you can do it much easier because you just obviously swipe your hand across the screen. But on PC, it's a little bit longer, so I'll leave it just long enough for you to be able to click on that thing and, you know, and you know, record it, sort of thing. Copy it as a picture. You know what I mean? Screenshot it. That's it. That's the one. That should have given you plenty of time by now as well. So in 3, 2 us, or 1 us, boom. That's gone now. All right, there you go. So we're back to that now. Radio 1FA, back-to-back original tracks, including one that you asked for, if you're quick. Oh, Diana as well. Hi. Diane, sorry, boss. Diane, boss. How you doing? Hi, hello. Yes, I did notice you just then. Yes. So, hi. You got a song request? I'll whack it on. But in the meantime, I'll put on something of my choice. Hi, JR. How you doing? JR with a cool series, a decent letter for his surname. God, get it out in a minute. See what I mean? Lee G, JRG. You can't go wrong. See, you can't. We are the G team, G crowd, whatever you want to call it. Now, let's play something bit. Let's get us in the mood for it, shall we? And I think we're gonna have an Alien Girl track, Zeta our dance party. Here we go. There you go. Yeah, you probably do hear that song a lot, Diane, because obviously it's used at the end of Amy's stream where she does her little rant over the top of it. I mean, I think she's done a fantastic job with using that, and doing that first, the lead up where she gives it the old "How did you get here?" malarkey. That's fantastic. Yeah, she's got a good little patter she has going there, and fair play to her. Fair play to her. At least, like I said, at least she's using them. The other one she uses for the dance party is called Alien Arcade, because I did it like one of the fight games, like begins with M. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I'm a bit of a gamer myself, so back in the day, mate, the old Mortal Kombat, whoop. Oh, my eyes are playing up with my hay fever today, or as you guys call it, allergies. But yeah, I could play one of them. But I'll tell you what I'm going to play right now. I'm going to play the Steve Stockton 13 Past Midnight theme track. Here we go. Quite dramatic, I think you'll find. Don't you reckon? It's a good little tune, that. Because you don't want it long, see? It's like an intro piece, isn't it? I'm fine, Charinator. How's your voice, mate? How's your voice for rough bits? Hey? How's your voice for rough bits, son? I haven't heard from you, clearly, because you can't bloody talk. That's probably why you haven't. But I mean, you can message me, mate. You can talk in a chat format, can't you? Yeah, I know. Still no voice at all, mate. You need to sort it out, don't you, mate? See if you can just wave a magic wand and sort it out. What's the matter with you? God, do better, mate. Just do better. That's Scottish people for you, see. I'm joking. Joking. I love the Scottish, me. Aye. I mean, I've got Scottish blood in me. I have. But, a tiniest amount. Italian-Irish, me, mate. I'm like an American. Yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it? I was born in the wrong country. I'm quite glad I'm not born in the USA right now. Yeah, I'd have rejected Bud Light as well. Just got to tell you. Everybody's talking points, that, isn't it? Eh? Well, if you're going to make a joke out of yourself, what are you going to do? Let's have a song. Let's have a song. Calm Before the Storm. Let's do it. Go for it. Just don't add any requests. You guys, you know a lot of the tunes.
mistake isn't much to make. It's one mistake, and you're sorry, you're so sorry. But it's just the calm before the storm. Someday the clouds will break so that the sun can shine.
Looking for the track I need. Why is it so hard to find? It is in the ton stuff, isn't it? Let me see. Love Online. Second chance. There we go.
it all. A future living for us. It never seems to go the way you planned it. Just like vice and man, you can find a new way. Take it day by day. It never seems to go the way you planned it. Just like vice and man, you can find a new way. Take it day by day. Day by day by day. Day by day by It never seems to go the way you planned it. Just like vice and man, you could find a new way. Take it day by day. It never seems to go the way you planned it. Just like vice and man, you could find a new way. Take it day by day. Day by day. Day by day. Day by day. Day by all I ever need is air to breathe, water to quench my thirst, 'cause it sustains my life. Just to have people to please, an audience to sing my song. shoes. Don't think I missed that smooth. Fire to be greater than I am, but I am just not me unless I'm under the spotlight. My only inspiration comes from all of you, and I never want to end the night. Fire to be greater than I am, but I'm just not me unless I'm under the spotlight. My only inspiration comes from all of you, and I never want to end the night. No, I never want to end the
Whoa. Yeah. Fuck you. Always sounds so wrong. You do it on purpose. I know you do, so that when people say it, they, yeah, you know. I know. Brilliant. Nicely done. And what a generous person you are. See, I don't know whether you're male or female. I haven't got a clue. You know. Because obviously, fuck you. Doesn't really ring female to me, though. I got to say. It appears to be more masculine than feminine. What do I know, though? I know F all. I know FA. Sweet FA. Yeah. I wonder what the FA stands for, eh? I wonder. Hey, anyway. Right, listen. Got to give you a thanks for the generousness of the 5 memberships. And the $5 you just Australian $5, that isn't it? You're female. Whoa. Sorry, I don't know why. Now I feel terrible now because I've called you masculine. Look, hey, you may get off on that. It's fine. It's sweet Fanny Adams. That's it. See, you're right. See, Australians get it. You're like, you know, definitely of English heritage. and it shows. It does show, doesn't it? You know. Yeah, exactly. And here's your little thank you. I take the mickey out of little Lee. Seeing as I took the mickey out of yeah, no. Hey, look, you live and learn. You live and learn. Please forgive me. All right. I'm only little. Don't beat me up.
I guarantee you're gonna give your love to me. You'll give your love to me.
Yeah, I thought as much. You know, now seeing it from the, you know, like I said, I knew you were Australian anyway. That was obvious. obvious, obviously, with the dollar sign there, the Australian dollars. But you know, you can generally tell, can't you, in the kind of things you say. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people honestly mix up us English with you Aussies. It's I get it all the time. Are you Aussie? Are you Australian? And I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm English. I have a proper accent, obviously. Sorry about that. I'm only mucking around. Don't come and call me the C word, all right? You're on not a family show, but you're on a non-aggressive show. I love accents, me. I just love it. Gives you something to do when you're chatting to absolute thin air. You try doing this. This is one of the hardest things to do. It is, because you're talking to yourself. You feel like schizophrenic. You know what I mean? Don't you? Oh, I do. Yeah, see what I mean? I do it all the time, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, with no answers, no one to banter with, you know, to and fro. You got to give me something, audience. You got to give me something. Involve yourself or evolve yourself. Whatever. I'm an idiot. No, I'm an idiot. So let's just play records because I think it's safer for me, isn't it? Especially after I've had a bit of a Jameson's, you know. Jameson's, yes. Jameson's and Coke, yes. Making sure the pinkies strictly stood out. Yes, look, my lovely little pinky. Correctly drinking, you know, obviously. Utter class. Utter class. He says wearing a tank top. Anyway. No shirts over here. Just ripped sleeves. See, I prefer when you get a t-shirt, cut the bloody sleeves off. Nobody wants sleeves. Sleeves. Anyway. Let's do this. I have an idea. I've got an idea forming in my head. If anybody can tell me what film that's from, I'll be very, really impressed. No? I'll give you the line one more time. I've got an idea forming in my head. Anybody can give me the answer to that, I'll be well impressed, all right? And your special prize will be a well done. There you go. See, no one will be able to say it because nobody knows. I do. I'm one of them guys that does all that really annoying things, you know. Does other people's accents and says lines out of movies. You know. Or starts singing a line in a song. But I can't do it tonight because it's 1FA. It's not about the cover versions tonight, is it? You missed the question, Midnight Society. I said, what is this line? What film is this little movie, as you guys call it? What movie is this line from? Are you ready? I've got an idea forming in my head. It said pretty much exactly like that as well. And I'll give you two after this song that I'm going to play, right? I'll give you, until this song's played, Trusting in Change. Never heard of that record, mate. No idea, fuck you. No? I'll give you the thing after this, the name of the film after this. Do as I please.
You put me under pressure. get dry, but I won't cry, 'cause oh, 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 not me, I'll do as I please, oh, 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 I'll do as I please.
Yes, Jax was right, and I'm surprised that someone so young got that line. All right, and knew the film, Time Bandits. And there's an actor in that used to be in a show called, a film, who was in a film called Tron. Now, he was the guy that was basically playing like the devil character, and he said he said another line in that as well, which was quite funny. Something like, "If I were the ruler of the universe, I'd start with murder, day one." Whatever the line was, and start blowing things up. This is great. I can't remember the name of the actor. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's always the bad guy. Dillinger. He played Dillinger in Tron. So I'll figure out some other lines later on, and I'll do some more of that sort of trivia sort of stuff. Okay, like for instance this one, right? Who said this? Right, you ready? Oh my! If you don't get that one, you're lost. You're not in the film land at all. I'll do it again. Ready? Who said this line? What film? And who was it? Oh my. Well done. Straight away, Pocket Reality. See, that's an easy one. See? There you go, C3PO. See? Some lines that just straight away get you. Yeah. I'll figure out some more lines later on and how about this one? You were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. What film's that? The line again. You were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. You can tell me if you don't know it. Yeah, well done. Let's see. See, this is involving people, see. This is what you want, isn't it? There you go. Hello, Brie. Bri. Sorry, Bri. Don't know why I said Brie. Bri. Yeah, the Italian job, you're right. There you go. And said by who? Give me the actor's name. Not the character, the actor. And you only get half a point. I'm not even giving out bloody points, but hey, you know, whoop, it's not a competition. It's just a bit of a laugh, bit of controversy, you know, something. That's it, Michael Caine in the arse. Michael Caine. That's what they used to give us at school when we say something wrong. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. You're a bit late. You're a bit like late, Charinator, mate. Bri had it straight away. Do you like that, dear, when I give questions like that? Because I can do that all day long. How about this one? Very few people will get this one. Ready? Your mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. I'm going to play another record. As am I, my friend. As am I. Look at Steve getting in on it. Every time you're near, just 'cause I said you close. And if I close my eyes, you're by my side. It's like you borrowed your way within. Your love drives me to distraction. It pulls me away. Don't know where I am. Your love drives me to distraction. It pulls me away. Your love drives me to distraction. That track was called Your Love, in case you didn't know. Now that's a real simple song with a simple meaning, but there's a lot of them have got, different meanings to what you think they are. It is what it is. Like if I didn't tell you the meaning of the song, you'd have your own opinions. But this is for Midnight Society. She loves this song for some reason. This is called Glad You Gone.
The smile I used to wear has turned upside down. The memories of you and me has left a trail of misery. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad to see the back of you. 'Cause now you're gone. The pound of flesh you took has healed. I'm off the hook. The thread of lies you told will catch you out for the world to know. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad to see the back of you. 'Cause now you're gone. Glad to see back of you. I'm glad to see you gone. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad to see the back of you. 'Cause now you're gone. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad to see the back of you. 'Cause now you're gone.
It's quite a heavy song, that, isn't it? You know? When I first wrote that, I thought I ain't going to be able to write lyrics to this. And then something happened. and I literally said the lines. I said, all I got to do is just turn my back on you. You sort of think, glad you're gone. I'm glad you're gone. All I got to do is turn my back on you. You know? And I thought, oh, that's me bloody quoting my own songs, right? But first of all, it was all I was thinking was with the fact that I said, turn my back on you, right? Because I've already got a song called Turn My Back on You. But then I turned around and said, I'm glad they're gone, sort of thing. But then it turned into glad you're gone, you know? And we all do it. There's not a person on this planet, right, that doesn't make a friend, think they're a friend for a while, and you get on brilliantly, you gel like mad, and then all of a sudden, on one tiny little thing, and the whole castle just crashes and burns, you know. And you can either you can take two choices, can't you? Build bridges, right? Agree to disagree. Like this, that's my preferred one. Is agree to disagree. I've got many times I've argued with many friends of mine, and we always get to the point of agree to disagree, because that's the grown up and adult thing to do and the polite thing to do, right? Because you should be able to be friends with your opponents, kind of thing, with someone with a different opinion than you. You should be able to just go, whoa, man, that's out there, dude. Whatever you believe what you want to believe. Agree to disagree. Some people, I mean, nowadays, whoa, you cannot do that. If you try to even say those words, I agree to disagree, you're a demon, you're evil, because you don't agree with the other person's opinion. I don't think like that, see? I mean, someone else wants to think like that about me. I mean, that's their problem. They're going to waste their time with me living in their head. But, with me, agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree, and we can still be friends. I can be friends with absolutely everyone I can. Problem is, they can't be friends with me. They've proved it many, many times. So that song is prevalent when you're thinking about "Glad You're Gone," because at the end of the day, if they haven't got the ability to be able to just, okay, fair enough, that's my opinion, that's your opinion, we're still friends. We've got many things that we get on with each other with. We've got many things in common that aren't to do with that particular subject. Why can't we still be friends? Not nowadays. You can't do that unless every single person aligns with every single belief you've got. You can't be friends. Well, that ain't how the world works. And we all know this. It's just that some people will not listen to that sensible kind of attitude. Because if you, for instance, you live next door to someone, okay? And you find out one day their opinion is slightly different to yours. What are you going to do? Move? Move or what? But you've got on with them with loads of other things. You love gardening together. You love music together. You love drinking, having a laugh together and stuff. And then there's one little thing. We won't go into the politics thing. You know what I mean, though. This one little thing comes up and you're like, nah, I don't agree with you, mate. Oh, that's it. You're my enemy now. I might as well get a gun and shoot you. But it's true, though, isn't it? It's true. See, I'm living, let live. But I'm living, let live until someone tells me how I should be thinking. And I've got a little bit of a problem. But again, I would still agree to disagree. They're the ones that can't do that agree to disagree thing. It's believe me, act like I do, think like I do, or you can go to hell. I don't know why I've even got on that trail. I don't know. I just rambling, give me something to talk about, people, and I'll talk, You hairy looking nerf herder. Nerf herder? Who's hairy looking? Yeah, you know that film. Anybody knows that film, and if you don't, then it's not even worth talking. See, I'm not going to agree to disagree there. You're cancelled. If you don't like the films I like, cancelled. Banned. Bye-bye. Glad you're gone. Can't mention Berenger, the Synth Nerds. You can't mention Berenger, the Synth Nerds. Do you know what? Right, yes you can. See me, I'm a synth nerd, right? I'm a synth nerd, but guess what? Guess what my mixing desk is, and it always has been. You guessed it, it's a Behringer. Yep, because their mixing desks are great. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. You own the Edge P. What? The Edge P? Look, I think we better agree to disagree. I don't know what you're talking about. Behringer do make nice stuff. There's nothing wrong with Behringer. But see, I'm one of these guys. Right. For instance, let's take this. I've used so many different DAW programs for making music than you can shake a stick at. Okay, what a DAW program is a digital audio workstation. Now, when they first came out, it was Sound Studio. Then it went to Sound Studio Gold. Then Sound Studio Pro. Then it went to Cubase, and then from Cubase it went to Nuendo, and then from Nuendo actually is a skill set. And you can actually put that down on your LinkedIn thing as a skill. It actually comes up as a skill, to which I can say, it is a skill of mine. I know how to use the system. All right. But then from that, and now I'm on Ableton. I was on Ableton 9, now I'm on Ableton 11. Skipped a generation, but hey ho, it is what it is. But then you'd have the people that say Pro Tools is the only way. Yeah, that's fine. If you've got a couple of $100,000, mate, to spend, yeah. But when you're a lowly musician like myself and like many other musicians, you just need a way to record yourself. And whether you record yourself on a Behringer mixer or whatever it is, it doesn't matter, and you shouldn't be dissed for it. You definitely shouldn't have a clan of people that are, I'm into synths, and I know all about synthesizers, so that you using a Behringer is like tantamount to treason. How dare you use Behringer? It's like me, right? I had to convince an analog-only keyboard player that the systems were going out of date. No one was making them anymore. You need to go digital. I know you don't like it. But even the analog synths now are analog digital. So in other words, it's mimicking analog. It's not actual analog, okay? So when you get a synthesizer now that says analog, it's not. It's analog digital, okay? It's created digitally. So I had to convince a mate to go across to digital, and when he did, he bought the Korg Triton, right? Which is a keyboard that's very similar to the SY85 Yamaha, but it's a keyboard that has 32 channels on it rather than 8, which is what mine is, right? And as soon as he got that keyboard, he was like, oh my God, I can do so much stuff. Once he got used to the idea of it, he went off his... he was like, oh, what is the best thing since sliced bread? See? But yeah, sometimes you have to step outside your comfort zone and agree to disagree as well. Because like I said to him, look, I love the analog synths. I says, but digital is the way of the future. No, got to have the analog, Now we'll agree to disagree. I didn't break a friendship with that guy because he disagreed with me on his love for analog. I just had to keep suggesting to him that maybe he needs to do this to keep up with what the current thing is. Plus, he could write tracks with way more intricacies in them. And so he did. And then, you know, when we were going out to play them using the backing tracks, because we used to write half the set list each. This is Newton's Descent I'm talking about. He'd write half the set list, I'd write half the set list, you know. And then we'd play one after the other of each other's sort of thing. So it sort of blended in together. We had a very similar writing style, to be fair, John and I. You know, I mean, the loss of him as a partner is just the most epic thing I could ever say. You know, it is literally like losing one of your arms. When you have a musical partner who is that in tune with you, you know, wow, it's epic. It's an epic loss. Anyway, right, enough of this. Let's play one of those Newton's Descent tracks, and I'll play one that John wrote the music to, I wrote the lyrics to, and then I mixed and mastered it on my system, because though he had a PC, he couldn't do what I could do, you know. So it's not me saying, oh, look how great I am. That's just, I did the job that he couldn't do, and that's the way it was. So we got on great with the, you know, designation of work flow and stuff, you know? You just accept each other for what each other's strengths are, don't you? And one of my strengths was mixing and mastering these sort of things. Here we go. It's called Turn My Back on You. Whoop, whoop. Written by John Curry. Mixed and mastered by myself. Lyrics, me. I know, great. I joke.
That you thought you'd never be caught, that you thought I would never know, that you thought things were going the way you planned, that you thought you had it made behind my back with your dirty shade, that you didn't consider payback day. But I knew he gave you a plan. But I knew for just how long that the upper hand belongs to me. That the justice that waits to be served belongs to you from the things that you heard. That the justice that hangs in wait falls upon the adulterous blade. To dignity I belong. To pride I belong. Self-respect will never be gone as I turn my back on you. That you thought you had it made behind my back with your dirty shade. That you didn't consider payback day. That I knew the game you were playing. That I knew just how long every other hand belongs to me. To dignity I belong. To pride I belong. Self-respect will never be gone as I turn my back on you. As I turn my back on you. As I turn my back. As I turn my back. As I turn my back on
Larry Rosal's guitaring, man. Jeez. I tell you, we had some great times, you know, on stage. Big crowd for a change, you know, because it's nothing like this. This is the thing. This is the thing about live streaming. You don't get that vibe, man. That you get from standing on the stage. You got a few hundred people stood in front of you, and they're all giving it all, yeah, like that. And the ones that you think that ain't gonna support you, because you know you can just tell. You won't always you say you can tell. The kind of people that you wouldn't think in general would support you end up being the most supportive ones and the loudest ones in a gig, and it's a mad thing. And then they're the ones that come up to you at the end of the show and go, "Mush, you're a great little singer, Mush, you are." It's so funny, you know. It's so funny. The ones you don't expect to come up to you at the end of the night, and then they're like, "Wow, dude, you're pretty nuts, man." I miss those days because you can't get that buzz doing this. The only buzz you can get is for yourself, sort of in reflection. You know, like, oh, did I play that well? You know. Yeah, Roland. I want a Roland kit, to be fair, drum kit, right? But like you said, the synths aren't like it used to be. The old DX, was it DX? Roland DX7, I want to say. That was a great little synth, I'm pretty sure. I mean, obviously, Moog. You know, the old Moogs. Really? That's cool. That's nuts. That's nuts. See, I love talking synths and stuff. You know, I'm not really that up on things. You know, I mean, I stopped buying keyboards after I bought the main two that I bought, which was the Yamaha SY85 and the SY35. After that, I haven't bought anything apart from, like I said, this piano here. It's a Yamaha piano. I mean, I do like Yamaha instruments, I must admit, as keys go. But my wife bought me this for my 40th birthday, so I thought, oh dear, I better learn to play and sing at the same time, and otherwise it's a waste. And I did at age 40. You know, when you talk about achievements, right? I mean, I know I'm going into a dialogue sort of thing. But when you talk about achievements, right? Achievements are measured in many different ways. Why do people assume that the only achievement to make is to be famous, or to have millions of pounds, or to have a mansion, or to... How about this as an achievement, okay? I brought 4 children, because I've got to count Stacey as well, because even though she was 12 when I met her, 4 children have grown up all to be decent human beings. Is that not an achievement? Like I said, achievements are measured in different ways, right? Learned to use DAW programs. I'm a self-taught musician. I've never had a lesson on any single instrument. Yeah, I can play guitar, bass obviously, but drums I can play. And I mean real drums, actual drums, right? Not just keyboard drums, and I can play them too, right? But I've learnt to play piano and sing at the same time, whereas before all I was a key basher, as you want to call it. When I was making cover versions, yeah, I could strip tracks down and remake them. I could do all the harmonies and everything like that, but I couldn't play and sing at the same time. Whereas since my wife bought me this at age 40 for a birthday present, I've taught myself to play and sing at the same time. If you want to see that on a Saturday night, you know, that's when I do a bit of Elton John and stuff. Obviously, that shows off my playing skills. And I don't do it to show off. I do it because I like the songs, right? I don't like Elton John so much, but I like the songs. The songs are well written. No one can argue that. They're great songs, the ones that I do. And, you know, that I learnt to do that because I thought it was a waste of an instrument. If not, you know, why have a piano and just use it as a synth, as a synthesizer that's linked to a DAW program? It's worth more than that, isn't it? You know, so I did more than that, and I learnt how to play the bloody thing and sing at the same time. Why not? Cheers. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to anything, me. Here we go. Let the Wookiee win. Another famous line, eh? Let the Wookiee win. It's something you can use in everyday life. An argument that you don't think you're ever going to have the winning stroke out of. Let the Wookiee win. Listen, Alien Girl 111, right? The dance party record is called I'll get it right in a minute. Alien Arcade. And it kind of goes like this. I did 19 tracks for Alien Girl. 19. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Alien Arcade, I named that one. And yes, it was modelled on that idea, the old 80s style Alien games, you know. But it wasn't. It was obviously arcade game, you know, and it was basically the idea. It's the orchestra hits that do it, you know. It's the like get ready, fight. You know, so your imagination goes straight into Mortal Kombat straight away as soon as you hear that. Joe, 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 Joe. Yeah. You know, look, I wrote 19 tracks for Alien Girl, right? Just to give her a load of tracks that she could use because the whole reason, for you, those of you guys that don't know, the reason I started doing a live stream and started, you know, doing these shows was purely because of a woman called Misty. She's no longer with us, unfortunately. She used to be a regular on my show. But the reason I started doing live streams was because Misty came to me one day and she says, there's this girl that's doing a live stream called Amy. She does a show called Alien, she's got a channel called Alien Girl 111. And she's looking for some original music so she doesn't have to stick with the YouTube library that anybody else can play. And as I'm writing for the same people, you know, that I'm writing for Steve Stockton and Among the Missing, and I've written an album for 13 Past Midnight, and they've been used for different videos and stuff, right? Well, before any of that happened, for Alien Girl, I wrote 19 tracks and just sent them to her, started sending them to her, and she's like, what's this? And I basically said, you know, you wanted some music, didn't you, for your channel? She's like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I overwhelmed her with 19 tracks, right? Because if we're going to do it with honors. You know what I mean? If you're gonna say you're gonna do something, do it big. You know, say like so memorable. You know, and even though she's only using something like 3 or 4 of the tracks, irrespective, okay, she's now got music that she could turn to if she needed to. All right, that isn't the YouTube music that everybody else can use. It's individual to her. Okay, yes, of course I own the rights to it, but she don't care about the rights to it so much. It's about making her show individual. Yes, you can come and listen to the whole tracks that are on her show and used on her show within my channel. I don't over promote them. The only person that promotes the music is actually Alien Girl when I go there. And she says, oh, here's Lee from First for Audio. He wrote all the tracks to Alien Girl 111. You can go and, you know, listen to him anytime. But, you know, yeah, anyway. Hello, Yoda Girl. How you doing? Great to see you. Yeah. Look good you do. Happy I am. Glad you came. Sorry, I know I'm an idiot. Look, you know me. I like voices even if I'm not great. All right? And look, hey, cheers. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to anything, me. Yummy. So anyway, what were we saying? Oh, yeah. I was talking about myself, wasn't I? So self-indulgent. Anybody would think this was my show. Yeah, I know. Sorry, look, sorry. Don't take offense. But Yoda Girl, I'm glad you're here. I am. How am I? I'll tell you how I am. I'm actually quite cool. You know me. I am pretty cool, ain't I? Look how laid back I am. Look. Proper laid back, ain't I? What do you reckon? Just tell me to shut up if you want, ladies and gentlemen. I will not cry. I'll probably move along and ignore the comment, but do you know what? This is a bit of a nightmare, this is, isn't it, really? Me going, oh, I don't know when to shut up, do I? I need to learn to shut up, don't I? Don't I, though? Let's play that, actually. That's a good point. I said about nightmares, didn't I? Now, what album's that on? Is it on Destination? No, it's on Our Plan, isn't it? Surely. Nightmares. Really? Heart attacks there. No. Oh, what? Why can't I? What? My eyes aren't working, I swear. I swear to God, my eyes aren't working. Do you think I may have had rather too many drinky pinkies? What do you think? Turn back on you. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, hang on a minute. That's Turning Point, Lee. Stupid human. Absolutely stupid. Oh, here we go. Our plan. Here we go. Nightmares. There you go. See? Do you know what? I need to get a grip on reality, don't I, ladies and gentlemen? What do you reckon? Here we go. This is called Nightmares. Woo!
Restlessly turning, waking in a cold sweat, still believing that I'm there, and the beast is tracking me down. Can you take away my nightmares? I don't wanna see them in my head again. Can you take away my nightmares? Hopelessly running, we're getting nowhere. Still believing that I'm there. Anxiety building, and I can't escape. Can you take away my nightmares? I don't wanna see them in my head again. Can you take away my nightmares? Can you take away my nightmares? I don't wanna see them in my head again. Can you take away my nightmares? Can you take away my nightmares? I don't wanna see them in my head again. Can you take away my nightmares? Nightmares. Can you take away my nightmares? Nightmares.
Yeah. Do you know what? I remember recording that. I remember recording all those songs. I remember rehearsing them. Now, if you want to hear, right, all of the songs from the Newton's Descent, that's Our Plan and Destination Nowhere, both albums are live in a live mix sort of thing on a, well, you know, say it's live mix. It's not really. It's like they put the backing tracks on, sing along to them, and they're on a video of us rehearsing them together with myself, John Curry, who's no longer with us, Stag James, which is his name, Amber, my daughter, and myself. Oh, and the bassist who was at the bassist at the time, who was joining in with them, basically was Carl from down the road from me. And I think it was a great little rehearsal. It's a rehearsal. It's a rehearsal video. You know, I mean, you know, it's not all polished and everything. It's not like a multi-million-pound bloody production. It's, you know, it's not that rough though. So it's not too rough, but it's not too polished. It's your normal kind of everyday sort of music. You know what I mean? Where it's rehearsed in this little tiny space here before I started doing live streaming. I mean, I couldn't even do. I could do a duo in here now, but there's no way I could fit 5 people in here like I did before. You know, this was just a rehearsal space, really, for us as a band and a writing room. But since obviously doing live streams, I've had to have 2 screens. I actually need 3, but 2 screens. You know, I've got my PC over there. My mixing desk's either side of me. My laptop here with all the music on it and stuff. You know, it's become a bit more of a different use for this studio. But hey, at least it's getting used. I built it to get used. It's being used. You know, again, we're talking about achievements, aren't we? Like I was speaking about earlier. Is this not an achievement? I built a self-contained little studio. I mean, it's not your multi-million-pound studio, but I can do as many effects and many jobs recording-wise as anyone with Pro Tools can do. It's just a name. Pro Tools is just a name of another DAW program. All right, it comes with mixing desks and it's linked in, so there's no gap between, you know, mixing desk and then into the PC and stuff. It's just a whole system. But that's not the point. It doesn't mean to say you can't do the same things. I mean, you've heard the music. Is the music that awful that it doesn't sound professionally done? I don't think it is. I think the untrained ear, anyway, you can't even bloody tell. So what's, you know, so who cares? Who cares, eh? Yeah, you know. You have a studio nook now, do you, mate? That's blinding, that. It's blind. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. Do it. Do it. You can't have enough music in the world. You just can't, because everybody's genre is something different and new. And everybody hears sound and produces sound differently, you know. So you can't diss anybody either. So at the same time as, you know, you like a particular artist because of this. But I tell you what, I've noticed with a lot of modern music, it's over-pushed. It's over-compressed. It's too much. You don't need it to be pushed that hard. You know, go back and listen to things like oh God, I'm trying to think now. See, I put myself on the bloody spot, haven't I? Go listen to Chains and, you know, stuff like that. Fleetwood Mac. Right, you listen to the recordings. They're chill, man. Nothing's over pushed. Nothing's in your face. You know, you'd stick it on and it wouldn't just go bang at you. It was like, wow, this is just the right kind of level that you chill into. You can get into it and that. Michael Jackson, yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. Right, the Off the Wall album. What a recording. Whoever recorded that needs a big old pat on the back. Seriously. I mean, seriously. That is one of my favourite albums of all time, the Off the Wall album. Before he decided he wasn't the right colour. See me, I've never been out of racist bone in my body, right? But any money, I'd get called that crap now, mate, because you can't say anything at all, you know. You can't say anything at all. It's not opposite now, anyway. It's like, you know, hate the white guy. I'd say this is edgy. It's getting too edgy, dude. I need to back away from the conversation. This is not for YouTube, and we all know this. Anybody that's got a half a brain knows that this kind of language that I'm speaking right now is just teetering on the edge of danger. Look, I love my fellow man, right, and my fellow woman. Colour has never even been an issue for me. Never came into it. A race has never came into it. These things that politics throws at you is something I have to ignore, because I can't start looking at my fellow human beings as a colour or as a nation or as anything like that. They're just human beings that live on planet Earth, you know, on this great big rock floating around the galaxy sort of shit, you know. Come on. We're all on this boat together. And we need to make sure this boat stays alive. And I'm not talking about global warming, right? Because we're supposed to be underwater by now. If you listen to the rhetoric that was years ago, look, the more fear that they sow, the more taxes you pay. Okay? Okay? Once you've been on the earth long enough, you realise that that's all it is. Fear-mongering bullshit. All right? But anyway, cheers. I didn't say anything, mate. I don't know anything. I know nothing apart from I don't give a shit whether you're black, white, yellow, green with pink spots. Right? If you're a human being, you're a human being. Right? And that's the end of it. Oh, by the way, there's only two. Yeah. Let's not go there. I know what a woman is. I know what a man is. And I'm sure you intellectual 1,240 subscribers have now got. Whoop, whoop, everybody. Come on. Jamal. Woo. Woo. Yeah. Heading for the million. Oh, a little bit far-fetched, Lee. All right, mate. Got to have high hopes, son. I'm just not Steve Stockton, all right? What can I say? I ain't got 90,000 bloody subscribers, okay? You guys need to push me out there and tell everybody how fabulous I am. Because I can't do it. I can't go around saying, great, listen to me, Jeddies and Letterman. I'm so great. Come over and subscribe to my wonderful channel. No, won't work, mate. Should I play another record before I dig a deeper hole? I think I should. What do you think? I'm going to play Heart Attack because that's what I'm going to give myself in a minute, ain't I? Newton's Descent, Heart Attack. I'll tell you why we record Newton's Descent in a bit. See if you can guess.
Satisfaction, getting everything you need. Always wanting more, but you'll never ever see. Face to face, back to back. What's where I'm headed for a heart attack? You pick me up, you let me down. I can't help feeling you don't wanna be around. Such persuasion, for liaison, just where you want to be. Chances come and the chances go, but you're never gonna see. Face to face, back to back. What's where I'm headed for a heart attack? You pick me up, let me down. I can't help feeling you don't wanna be around anymore. Face to face, face to face, face to face, back to back. What's where I'm headed for a heart attack? You pick me up, let me down. I can't help feeling you don't wanna be around. Face to face, back to back. What's where I'm headed wanna be around anymore, anymore,
So, has anybody thought of why I named the band? And yes, I did name it. I know, because my narcissism just takes over. Okay, you know, ego causes water damage and all that. You know, we know this, right? Listen, listen, right. Why do you think I called the band Newton's Descent? I'll give you a clue. The keyboard player and I, the keyboard player is no longer with us, John Curry, we had a link, and our link with music was David Bowie. That's the only clue I'm going to give you. Now, why did I call the name Newton's Descent, and the link being David Bowie? Answers on a postcard. Look, you can get back to me later about it. See if you can guess what it is. I'd really be surprised if one person even got the old connection to it. Okay, there we go. This is our plan. This is, again, Newton's Descent.
It's a trail to blaze. It's not accepting defeat, no matter how it's played. Can't be tempted by just financial high. Understanding our plan, knowing where we go from here. It's my soul in control, and its pull is so strong. It's a tide to turn, it's a road to open. It's that invitation to a little more. There's more to us than meets the eye. Understanding our plan, knowing where we go from here. It's my soul in control, and its pull is so strong. Understanding our plan, knowing where we go from here. It's my soul in control, and its pull is so strong. Understanding our plan, knowing where we go from here. It's my soul in control, and its pull is so strong.
No, see, now you're wrong. Now you've gone off path. See, right. So you were right on the first one, because Newton's descent theory, right? Newton's descent theory. But that is not the thing. That's the misleading thing, right? The actual thing is this. Both John and I were fans of David Bowie and the music he created, and the whole idea of basically he invented new wave and the idea of that, and the idea of mad fashion and do what you want, create a character. You know, Ziggy Stardust, which was mentioned there by Jeanette Yoda Girl. Now, right, Joanne, sorry, not Jeanette, Joanne Yoda Girl. Sorry, Joanne. But right, the thing is this, right? Now, the immediate thing you think is Newton's descent theory, but that's wrong, right? It is about gravity, but it's about this. In the film, which you were correct, perfectly correct to say in the first place, Steve, which was the man who fell to Earth, right? You mentioned that. Well, the character's name that David Bowie was playing in that film was called Thomas Jerome Newton, or Newton Jerome. I can't remember which way round it was. I always get it wrong. But either way, he had the name Newton within his name. And I thought, well, he descended to Earth, which he did, didn't he? Right? So Newton's descent. That was the link between our love for David Bowie and creating a name that appertained to that without people knowing that was the link. And most people, as you have done and demonstrated, that you came straight to the Newton's descent theory. And it wasn't the Newton's descent theory. It was Thomas Newton Jerome, who was the character that David Bowie was playing in The Man Who Fell to Earth. Now, the thing is about the guy in that, when the character he was playing, Thomas Newton Jerome, he gave all sorts of technologies to make his money to be able to build a ship to take water back, right? To his home on Mars, I suppose. Right, and the thing with that is that he was never getting back, because he couldn't create the technology that they had from their place, really. And by the time he get back, you think about it in time, his wife and child would have been gone, because he was here for so long. He was here for years. And as you know, time dilates, doesn't it? Further away you get from an object. So the fact him coming to Earth, he'd have got back and they'd have all been gone. He'd have been on his own anyway. It'd have been a pointless thing. He'd have maybe given his race a bit of water, but he wouldn't have, Charinator is talking about yourself in the third person, are you, Stephen? That's not a good idea, mate. It's no good idea, by the way. I just like to tell you that, Yeah, Ziggy Stardust was also a character that he made up to be someone different, basically to break away and to he could. It's the same as. Right, musical rights. It's the same as when Prince decided, well, I'm going to call myself Symbol, then I'll own all of my music. I'll own it all, and then the record company doesn't own it. Because when you're discovered at a young age by these music companies, I know that Louise, New York City Louise, she'll argue with me on this kind of thing a little bit, but we'll agree to disagree kind of thing, is that, music record companies take advantage of young people with their lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, and they'll offer them these £1 million contracts. And the guys and gals that take these contracts on don't realise that £1 million is to pay for their advertisement, to pay for their road tour, to pay for the hotels that they're at on their road tour. It's not their money. It's not their money. It's money they have to use for their campaign to let everybody know that they're there. And if they fail in that, their record sales that they make won't be as much as what they think it will be. And the record company is not going to advertise you. I know I'm rambling, right? But listen, hey, it's all related. It's all related to music. Prince was freaking amazing. And you know it, Joanne. You know it. So absolutely. He's just like me. Do you know that? 5'3", learnt to play on his own. He'd never got a lesson in his life. He was self-taught musician. Just same as Phil Collins as well. Another one, self-taught musician. And without sounding arrogant, I think the best people are. And the reason for that is it's not a diss on practiced and professional musicians at all, right? It's not me saying that they are not worthy. What it is this. When you learn and are taught a certain way to play, you are taught the ways of someone else before you, and they are taught the ways of someone else before them. So when you learn to play an instrument, you only know the ways of those people. And you're often ostracized if you don't get it right, okay? But there is no right. This is music we're talking about. This is sound, right? So for me, if it sounds good, why is it wrong? Even if it sounds odd, why is it wrong? There's no such thing as wrong in music. So as a self-taught musician and producer, there is not a sound or an understanding or a vibe or a motion that to me is wrong. There's no such thing as wrong. Everything is right. Whereas, if you are a taught and trained musician, I will play notes or put notes in sequences or put instruments in where instruments I want them to be. And someone who's professionally trained will say, that shouldn't be there, that shouldn't be there, that shouldn't be there, because their understanding of it is the ABCs. And because all they've got is the ABCs, they don't know how to think outside of that box. They're trapped by teaching. Whereas the beauty of someone that has learnt by just knowing or has just a natural knowing of music and sound and the intricacies of sound and music can just, like myself, just literally put a DAW program up and write a tune within 20 minutes. The reason why we can do that is because we have no constraints. We're not held back by rhetoric teaching. That, you know, no, this is the correct way to do it. This is not the correct way. Oh, my goodness me. You're completely out of control. I can't believe you're writing those notes when they don't even belong. You know what? Don't care. Because, you know, on a universal scale, what does their opinion matter? At the end of the day, if something works and it sounds great, go with it. I've written so many songs that I think, you know, that sounds really nuts. And someone else will say, that I would never have written it like that. Well, no, you wouldn't have, because you're trained not to. You know? You're trained not to. A professional, yes, they are phenomenal. And I'm talking, you know, you get some of these session musicians, like who play saxophone or anything like that. You give them the note work and they'll play that note work with essence, man. You know, and they'll put their little twist on that essence, but they're generally playing the notes that have been given to them. Ask a lot of these trained musicians to play something freefold, in other words, off their own essence. They can't do it. They need the music in front of them. That's a loss to me. Because if all I could play was what was written in front of me, I'm knackered. Because that means then I'd have to work with writers. Then I'd have to find people that can write music. You know, I don't read music. I don't know. I haven't got a clue. If I play a note that's C, I know what C is on its own. But C minor, C major, C... Oh, you know, of course I do, but to a limited extent. I can't tell you what chord structures are that I'm playing. I just know they work, you know? Do you get me? Do you get me though, bruv? You know, I should have seen it coming. Should have.
Should have seen it coming. I should have known before. Should have seen that I was
that song, man. That song, dude. You have no idea what that does to me. I remember writing it. Another one that I like the piano to actually is. Come on, what track is this if you don't? See, those of you who are new won't know. But I'm giving you the chance to guess. So well, you don't know, so I'll play it anyway. I don't care, see, because I'm not scared. This is called Just Looking.
memory as she recalled. It ended when he went away. She just so happened to meet him while out in the rain one day, catching each other's eyes, reflected smiles. The rest is history. Just looking for love, just looking for someone, just looking for someone to love, just looking for one thing, just wanting a lifetime. Would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, just looking for love, just looking for someone, just looking for someone to love, just looking for one thing, just wanting a lifetime. Would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, somebody, would somebody there, just looking for love, just looking for someone, just looking for someone to love.
Back in the days of fading out, before I started giving all records an ending. No good for when you want to do it live, I can tell you that. Yeah, no. Oh, thanks, Jax. It's very nice of you to say so, mate. Well, I appreciate that, fella. I do. You know, I said I've written a hell of a lot of tracks, dude. Well over 200 tracks that I've written all together. All I play to you mostly, apart from the Alien Girl 111 album and the which are instrumentals, I might add, apart from one record, which I'll play in a second. Why not? Because it's a couple of seconds, 58 seconds, whatever, right? That song's called Just Looking, by the way, the one that you just heard. That was just me as a single artist on my own doing a thing. That wasn't a Newton's Descent track, or because they had a particular feeling. The Newton's Descent tracks were all about the new wave digital rock, And that wasn't, clearly. That's more like country rock, really, Which is another thing I don't really mind too much. I'm not a fan of country and western, I must admit. Doesn't mean to say I think it's a load of rubbish, because I don't say any music. Every music has its place, but the genres that I relate to are many anyway. I'm very, as Eleanor hates the word, but it may be overused word where I'm concerned, but it's a very truthful word. It's eclectic. I'm an eclectic writer and listener. I'm into very, very many styles and many, many different ways of doing things. I am an eclectic musician. I like a lot of music. There's not a lot of music that I would say, what a load of crap. Because all musics have their place and have their audience mainly. I mean, a lot of us guys, we're not into the screamo thing, okay? But screamo has an audience. Hardcore metal has an audience. You may not be into it. I may not be into it. But there's many, many people that would just say to you, you're deaf. You don't understand that music. It's not the fact you don't understand it. It just doesn't do for you what it does for them. Music is a vibrationary state. So if music is giving you an emotional response, you dig that music on a cellular level. It's not just on a I like the sound of that record. It actually affects you on a vibrationary state. It vibrates with you. it gels with you, it links with you. That's why there's many records on the planet you go, I don't know what it is about that. It's the same old statement, isn't it? We all do it. I don't know what it is about the record. It just does something to me. Well, what that is, it's just vibrating at the right pace, so to speak, at the right timing for the way you vibrate. I don't know how to explain it more than that, really. It's a vibrationary state, and it seems to link in with you in a particular way. That's why some people say, I don't like that, or I do like that, or, do you know what I'm saying? Am I talking a load of crud here? I just see it like that, It's a vibration thing, dude, and dudettes. And thinking about that, my relationship with music, right? I wrote a song about it. It's called You're Full. Because I'm 55 now, right? I've been doing music for over 35 years. Writing, producing, singing cover versions, doing the whole spiel that every musician does, right? Okay, we do the circuit, you play the cover versions to get familiarity, so people get familiarity with who you are, and stuff like that. And then when you write your own, you kind of try and tuck it in there amongst the cover versions, and usually they're taken well. But when it comes to playing all your own stuff, man, what a task. What a task. You gotta get a venue, sell your own tickets, hope that anybody turns up to your gig, and then when they do, you want to hope that they buy beers and stuff, because the beers and stuff that they buy and the money they put across the bar appertains to how much you get, as well as the ticket sales. Now, if you're someone that's literally got nobody, think about it. In my own country, I've got no one that would come to turn up to a gig to see me play anything. Okay? I've got you wonderful 1,240 subscribers, which is absolutely amazing. But you guys, 90% of you, are in the United States and in Australia and in Canada. Now, how the hell why would you even bother buying a ticket to come over and see Little E.G. playing at some crappy little burned out venue? You wouldn't. So until I'd have thousands of people that are interested, or even in the millions, that would be willing to buy tickets to come and see a show, that ain't never going to happen. So I have to be content with playing to you wonderful people that are willing to come and sit in my chat, and put up with me as an individual, rather than just hearing the music on the radio kind of thing. I think I like that music, but you don't never know anything about the artist. You just like the music, okay? But in that regard, at least you get to know me first before the music. So if you did eventually, if anybody eventually comes to see me on a gig, they know who I am. I've spoken to you, literally, as people in the crowd. You've seen the bare bones, my attitude. You know who I am. You know what I think. You know where my mind is. And you definitely know what side of a certain fence I sit on. It's called the middle. It used to be the middle. I used to be in the middle, teetering. Now I've been shoved over to the right kind of thing. I used to be so people orientated, and now you can't. It's not the same anymore. Not the same. But anyway, where music's concerned, I've always played the fool to music. And that's why I wrote this song called You're Full. Because most people, when they take up music or they do any of the art forms, their expectations is to be a worldwide success, millions of pounds and everything. My thing is this. I just want to make connections, man. I just want to be recognized for being a musician, recognized for being able to create something that appeals to some people. And the only pat on the back I want is for the fact it's fair play to you, Mush. You've learned to play and sing. You've learned to use the DAW programs. Like I said, it's an achievement that is still an achievement. Just because I'm not a £1 million selling artist doesn't make me any less achieved. It's just that I've not been picked up by a major record label and sold, you know? And that's literally it. And there's many musicians like myself, some quality people out there. And if you actually want to hear some quality other musicians who are quality and actually wipe the floor of me, you need to go to Hippie's channel. I can't remember the name of his channel now. See, if he came here, I'd be able to get him to drop his channel link, and you'd be able to go there. If you like music, you like rock music, you like, well, he's like me. He's very eclectic in his taste. He will literally have anybody play. Problem is with those sort of sites is it's musicians blowing sunshine up each other's butts sort of thing. You know, it's just musicians, which I get in one way, but you want to try and sell your music to the general public, not just to other musicians, but to people that like music, which is basically the general listening public, isn't it? You know? And in that comes inherent problems, right? Because like I said, writing music, you know, you never know what you can't write to what one person says to you, oh, I like that kind of music. You have to write what's in the heart, and whatever that comes out, if it's a multi-selling thing, if it's a thing that's taken up by a multitude of people, brilliant, all the better. But if not, you can't be disheartened. You just have to get on. It's the same as a writer writing a story. If that book doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. It doesn't mean to say they're a crap writer. It just means that it hasn't sold, you know. And without over publicity, look at this crap. I should take that back. Look at the music that's sold in general population, right? You only get to hear this dance music and the rhetoric and the music that the major labels are willing to push forward and spend money on advertisement or whatever on. So you don't get to hear any eclectic stuff, any unusual stuff anymore. You just hear this one sort of vain thing, the drum and, as they call it, drum and bass or whatever, you know, whatever you call it. It's not like it used to be. It's completely, they've changed the old genre interpretations and everything. But those sort of things is the only things that sell. My kind of music and the music that I've written with other guys that I've worked with is nonetheless just as good. And it is. I'll speak up for it here. That's not me being narcissistic or like, aren't I great? But I know, as in writing, I could write some of the stuff that's in the charts all day long and not even have it in a thought in my head. It's so simplistic. The lyrics as well are just so lame. I'm sorry. I'm not saying their music's crap. It works for some people, and that means that everybody can understand it. Everybody can get along. That's what pop music is. Pop music is for the people that can just get it straight away, really, and it can sell straight away. Now, that's not necessarily what I write, but that doesn't mean to say that some of the stuff that's been written by myself along with my musicianal friends isn't worthy of that. It's just that it has to be picked up, and they have to see money in it. No record company picks you up anymore unless you're worth, you know, you can sell 50 million albums. They're not interested in you anymore. It's not like it used to be when you could just be some little strange little guy and writes music and, you know, you'll get a few albums sold. No. You have to be able to sell millions of albums straight away. And if you can't, they're not interested. Not interested at all. Not even in character like they used to be. They used to be interested in the characters of people who wrote the music, you know. Not anymore. No longer is that a thing, you know. But anyway, so I've always played the fool to music, right? So no matter what music throws at me, I still carry on doing it because my love for music is not about me being a millionaire. My love for music is not about selling the next big #1 record. It's not about me being a narcissist and causing water damage. You'll get the joke one day. Right? It's just about me connecting with people. Music connects you with people. When you play a song, if loads of people like it and stuff and are swaying to it or whatever, dancing, you've just connected with that person, whether they like it or not. And that to me, it's a human contact thing. I love that stuff because it's beyond words, it's beyond rhetoric, it's beyond political divides. It just is. You know, you like a sound, you like the record, you just like the music, and you seem to just have a link. You'd look at each other from the opposite sides of the spectrum of belief or whatever, and you'll look at each other and just nod and go, wow, this is great. You understand where I'm coming from? Well, that's why I say I play the fool to music, and this is why I wrote this. That whole spiel that I've just given is why I wrote this particular record. It's called Your Fool. And like I say, I'm not the best songwriter in the world, but I damn sure ain't the worst, I wouldn't have thought.
In submission to what you put me through at any point in time, on hands and knees, it's you I please, something you never do for me. Life, subservient to why at every point in time, listening every day, in every kind of way, I chose to live this life.
Yeah, now you see where I'm coming from now, don't you? You know, like I said, I played the fool to music. Most people think that, do you know, I was told, and I won't say who told me this, right? Because it's an obvious kind of thing who told me this. You'll never be anything. You need to get a proper job. Unless you're famous, you're nothing. Well, thanks for making me feel so great about myself. That my life choices makes me a nothing. Well, I'll tell you what I do about that. I just carry on regardless. Because that opinion means absolutely F all. Okay? It's not about me being famous. It's not about me being worthless unless I'm famous. Who the hell wants that crap anyway? Have you seen these famous people? They're not nice. They're not. Their attitudes towards existence and towards people that they feel are beneath them because they don't earn what they earn or they aren't at the status that they are. I'm glad I'm not famous, thank you very much. I just want to be a guy that creates music. And if you like it, bonus. That's a bonus for me. That's a nice little pat on the back for my soul. You know, it makes me feel good that you enjoy yourself. I don't need you to tell me how great I am. I do want to hear that you enjoy the music. Of course I do. Who wouldn't? What's the point of doing it otherwise? There's no point. I know I'm talking to myself, but hey, I've got no one else to talk to. Just you guys, your captive audience. So I do thank you all for being here with me. So far, we're 2 hours, 33 minutes, just letting you know. Jax, I'm very surprised at 1:36 in the morning that you're still with us, dude, and I really appreciate that, young man. Because, I mean, you are on holiday from school. I get that. Do you know, when I was a lad, my dad would come up to, my mum and dad, stepmum, and dad would come up to bed at like 2:30 in the morning. Are you still awake? Yeah. What are you doing? Listen to the radio. All right, make sure you get some sleep. Okay. So 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd probably start falling asleep. And I've always been the same. I'm 55 now. Do you know how much that's changed? Nope. No change. No change whatsoever. I've been a night owl my entire life. I even took a night job once because I'm the night owl. I've always been a night owl. This for me is my night, you see. For you in the States, it's late evening, sorry. I tell a lie. So what are we getting on for? Like getting on for 8 o'clock or something like that at night? I don't know, because it's like you're like 8 hours or 7 hours behind. Whatever, like, I'm 7 hours ahead. Because it goes by Greenwich Mean Time, you see, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Greenwich is the main place of where the time changes, okay? And I live in Southampton, which isn't too far from Greenwich. It's only, you know, for you in the States, it's a little day trip. You know, it's nothing. 90 miles up the road, well, 70 miles up the road, or 80, whatever. But you know, it's really close. But the whole time scale was from our country, as most bloody things are. Don't get annoyed about it. It's just the way it is. It's nothing to get annoyed about. You know, the Irish and the Italians colonized the States, didn't the United States? And the English. And obviously, language came from England, you know. And then you guys decided, no, we don't like it like that. We're going to change it to make it more simplified. We don't need a U in colour. Why do you need a U in colour? Don't buy. I'm joking. It's a laugh. Okay? You can take the mickey out of my pompousness if you'd like. You know. Who do I think I am? Well, I tell you what I think I am. I'm an Englishman. Don't you know? You've recently had July the 4th. Well, Traitors' Day, as we call it in the great UK. But no, look, you kicked the British out. I'm not British. I'm English. And believe it or not, there is a difference. There is. You may not know that, but there is a difference. If you want to know the difference, go check it out. Great Britain, or the British, is a corporation. It's a company in the city of London. I have no relationship to that land, that fictitious country in the center of our country. Okay, I'm an Englishman. I still go by the Magna Carta, though it's ignored. But it's still fact. It's still right. We have a constitution, only it's ignored, like I said. I don't want to go there because I'll get all passionate about being English. There was a reason why people wanted to come to England. Okay? Because if you set foot on England, you were bound by its laws and protected by its laws. You know, everybody wanted to move to England to become an Englishman or Englishwoman. I mean, the saying is Englishman. It's not about being sexist. It's just an easier way of saying it, Englishman. And womb man. Man? Womb man. Just saying. Only saying. Don't mean to say I think any lesser of someone who is a womb man. But that's just, I need to shut up because I might go into things. Listen, it's just never enough.
A nice day out on the beach. The morning's too hot. A great night out at the Blitz. The film is not. It's just never enough. It's just never enough. The best show in the world, but the seating's not right. A sky full of beautiful stars, but it's just too bright. It's just never enough.
Boom. So what do you think of the show so far? Look. I don't know nothing. All I know is I know nothing, okay? Wonder what those chords are. It's not that. Come on, what one is it? It's this one. It's called Carried Away.
She's never wanted too much. She's never asked for anything, not anything at all. But is it asking too much? She's never asked for too much, yet she deserves it all. She's reaching out her heart, crying for the chance to be free. Spread those wings, take flight, get carried away. Spread those wings, take flight, get carried away. Someday she'll have everything, 'cause she never asked for anything, not anything at all. Her life that day defies gravity. She's carried on the breeze. She's reaching out her heart, taking the chance. Spread those wings, take flight, get carried away. Spread those wings, take flight, get carried away. She's reaching out her heart, taking the spread those wings, take flight, get carried away. Spread those wings, take flight, get carried away.
Do you know, when I was doing those harmonies for that, because obviously all the music I've written and done all the harmonies too and stuff like that. That's like a 6-part harmony, that one there. And to make it sound like it's someone else kind of thing, or more than just me, you have to kind of do a bit of a mimicry thing, you know what I mean? You have to put yourself in the shoes of someone else singing it. It's a really weird thing. You know, I'll sing like me when it comes to singing the lead lines of all the songs, but then I'll try and sing like something very basic without disrespecting basic singers, because the thing is they add something, because it adds a simplicity to the heart, you know, to the backing of a track. The just the ABCs sometimes are really cool if they're done in the right way. Not all harmonies have to be over the top, and definitely none of this over twiddly stuff that you get in pop music. It just doesn't need it a lot of the time. You know, just because someone can do 16 billion twiddly notes within 1 second doesn't mean to say they should. And to me, it's just, now that is what you call showing off. We can all do that. All vocalists that have a vocal ability to be able to, you know, shape their voice can do all those twiddly notes and stuff, and then the arpeggios and the you know the nutty vibrato and stuff. Everybody can do that who's a singer. To stand out, the thing is about writing, isn't it? It's about creating a vision in your head of what the story's about, and you getting something out of it that relates to you in the world, you know? I mean, like, we've all got records from the past that remind us of certain times. Well, that, as a writer, from a writer's point of view, as a songwriter point of view, that's what I hope to create in a song. When I write a song, I hope that people have it for certain memorable moments, you know, or that song comes into their head at a memorable moment, you know, like you're doing something and it invokes that song in your head, and that becomes that moment. Well, that's everlasting. Do you know what I mean? That's a stain in the universe. And how brilliant a thing to write a song that someone else not only relates to, but it captures a moment for them in time. That's the payback. That's the real payback. Money is just something that can be spent. Memories have no price. There is no price you can put on a memory or a feeling. You know, so say for instance I write a record and it invokes a feeling in you, and wow, I mean, what a greater payment is that? You know? It's a great thing to have. You know? Great thing to have done. And I'm going to indulge myself now, because I've said it many times. When I wrote the 19 tracks for Alien Girl 111, go subscribe if you're into that. Now, when I wrote the Alien Girl 111, I got to a one track. It's called Escape to the Stars. And you know, I spent so much time on this track. And though it's not been recognized or used, it speaks to me, right? So, and not only that, the work that I put into this particular track is more than I would generally. I was just so into the track that I just kept going through it. I kept playing the guitar to it, and eventually played a guitar solo to it because I just enjoyed it so much. But it's a very simple track. I never wrote lyrics to it because I didn't feel, you know, sometimes, because I nearly always write music and then think, oh, I could write a song to that, and then write a song to it and find the lyrics for it. But this particular one, I'm like, that's not going to have lyrics to it. The same as The Artifact, which I will get to, I will play it. But it's the same as that in the context of the music was good enough and it stood alone anyway. I liked just the way the music sounded. I didn't need to have lyrics in it with my vocals all over it. Oh, look at me and my vocals. I've done probably more
instrumental pieces than I've ever done vocal pieces. Though you wouldn't know that because I don't play a lot of the instrumental pieces. But anyway, this one's called Escape to the Stars. It's my particular favourite off of the Alien Girl 111 album. It's just my favourite. It doesn't have to be your favourite, but it's my favourite. And they can all these tracks, pretty much apart from Cathedra Cat Grey, can be found on my channel. Okay, so just to let you know. So this is Escape to the Stars from the Alien Girl 111 album. Here we go. Nothing wrong with the Alien Go album, is there? When you consider, I had no sort of like no time scale or anything, but in 2 weeks, I wrote 19 tracks for the Alien Go album. No, look, I'm not saying that they're all #1 selling hits or even sellable hits. What I am saying is that it's at least music that you haven't necessarily heard. Yeah, no, it's a style you haven't necessarily heard. Although saying that, even I mean, all right, okay, you've kind of heard styles like that, but it's original. It's still original music, and it's still an achievement at the end of the day. However small. Hello, D-Rock. How you doing? Good to see you. Glad you made it. Thomas, the unpronounceable. Always great to see you. Brilliant. Glad you could pop in, guys. I am. I do appreciate it. And I'm glad to see that there's so many still here, really. And who knows how many are lurking on the outskirts. Whoa, excuse me. Just because it says there's 12 in the chat, it doesn't mean that's all that's watching, guys. So all you people who are watching out secretly, right, lurking, that's what I do a lot of now. I do a lot of lurking. People don't even know that I'm sat watching their show whilst they're live. I won't even interact in the chat because do you know what? I've had too much hassle. I've been eviscerated far too many times for me to want to care. And it's no disrespect to the people that run the shows. It's not their fault. But there's a few really, really divisive people on this planet, man. And it's like they go looking for their hassle. They go looking to spit on you. And, some people have been blocked from my channel for such reasons. I don't want to do that. I never wanted to do that in the first place. I wanted to agree to disagree. But when people keep pushing a thing to try and basically oust you or embarrass you, rather than just agreeing to disagree, no, they want to get everybody else to agree with them, to eviscerate the person that they're having a go at. We don't do that. We don't tolerate that. I don't want to ban anybody, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to put up with people's crap. I don't go out and give it to people. So I treat people how I expect to be treated. Isn't that the old saying? You treat people how you want to be treated. Okay? So I treat everybody with respect. And whilst even they're giving me a load of gob, right, which I've been across to, I'm not going to name the channel, but I've been across to a certain channel, and someone who's got had their rights taken away on my channel, been deleted from the channel because of their attitude, right? I've gone into another channel and they found it that it's a good idea. I can't even get the right words out, but you know what I mean. They thought it was a good idea to start eviscerating me in that channel and try and embarrass me. So of course I answered nothing apart from the word sad. Right? Because it is bloody sad when you think that the way to get back at me and to call everybody else in the chat a simp because they've said hello. So if people come in and say hello to you, you are now a simp. Right? Purely because everybody said hello to you. I can't help having people that actually don't find me irritating. That when I go into someone else's chat, there's 50 people saying hi to me. That's not being a simp. A simp, some people don't even get it, what that means. A simp is someone that sympathizes with you, but cows to you. Is a kowtowance to you. In other words, if you said something, they're like, oh yes, absolutely. Oh yes, on every level. I like a little bit of pushback. We're all different. And like I said, I like to agree to disagree. But some people like to try and get everybody on their side to eviscerate you because they don't like you. Well, that is sad. I would never dream. Say I had a problem with someone, I wouldn't go to someone else's channel and say, "See that person there, there this and there that, and you need to stick up with me. You need to be on my side because they are this and that." No. You make your own mind up. You will discover that person is that. You don't need me to tell you. You'll discover that for yourself. Just watch their chat. Okay? And some of us YouTubers, I only started this to share my music. All right? Because I was asked to. I wouldn't even have a YouTube channel if it wasn't for Misty in the first place, saying to Alien Girl, or saying to me, Alien Girl was looking for some original music. And then when I went on her show to talk about the music, people were interested in how I create these things. So I did a channel. Very organic, the way I started my channel. It wasn't a force feeding people of like, hey, I'm a new YouTuber, everybody needs to like me. No. Organic growth. And that's the best way as well to grow your channel on YouTube. Because at least you'll know that the people that are watching are people that are interested in what you do. Not about blowing sunshine up my arse. It's not about that. It's about enjoying the music. Sod the fact that it comes from me. Who cares about me? It doesn't matter about me. Once I've created the music, forget about me. The music's there, isn't it? Music stands on its own grounds. It doesn't need me to speak on behalf of it or to stick up for it. You either like it or you don't. But I'm also not one of those guys that expects everybody to like everything you do. I expect a little bit of, I'm not really so into that one. I like that one, though. I like that one. Well, isn't that just the case? When I was a teenager and I bought an album, there was probably 3 tracks on the album or whatever that I'd really listen to. Unless, of course, it was like something like Off the Wall, and then there wasn't really many tracks on it that I wasn't into, in the right mood. But there's not many albums from any artist that you've liked every single record. So there's a couple of records you like. I don't expect everybody to like every single record that I write or everything that I produce. Tastes. It's all down to taste, isn't it? Some people are into the ballad thing. Some people are into the rock thing. Some people are into the synth thing, Anyway, don't I go on and on like a bloody old granny. That's no disrespect to old grannies, right? Whoa. See? Every level you got to think of what you're saying. Because some people will take offense to it just for the sake of taking offense. Well, you've offended me. Well, do you know what? I'm offended that you're offended. So, shush. Yeah. You know what I mean? Let's just play some music. I'm only here for the music. God, blimey. How far do we have to go?
How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? We shall continue on our journey, progressing forever forward, never slowing down. And we will never stray from the path. No, we will never change our eternal direction. How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go to know where we're going? And we will never stray from the path. No, we will never change our eternal direction. How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go?
You see, some people are just blissfully unaware of the environment they live in, right? And they'd rather put themselves in this tiny little niche of people that have this one opinion that nobody else on the planet agrees with, but they're going to stick by their guns. You know what I'm talking about. Let's not even go there. But anyway, they're blissfully unaware, aren't they?
Singing the song, we're following along, listening to every word we've ever heard. But you're full of it, you're full of it. Every word you say, you're full of it, you're full of it. You're on your pilgrimage to see the world. It's been your dream since you were young. At any cost you will not stop this quest. but you're blissfully unaware. Destination nowhere. We're not singing along, but you're still singing your song. Whether you ever gonna learn that everybody knows that you're so full of it, you're full of it. And you heard you say, you're full of it, you're full of it. You're on your pilgrimage to see the world. It's been your dream since you were young. At any cost you will not stop this quest, but you're blissfully unaware. Destination nowhere. Your pilgrimage to see the world. It's been your dream since you were young. At any cost you will not stop this quest, but you're blissfully unaware. Destination nowhere. You're on your pilgrimage to see the world. It's been your dream since you were young. At any cost you will not stop this quest, but you're blissfully unaware. Destination nowhere.
Ted Branston, welcome to First Floor Audio. Night Writer. No, it's not Night Writer. I lied. What do I know? I don't even know my own show. It's Radio 1FA. Back to back.
Original tracks, not off pop pickers.
It's not pop music, but it's close. It's only not called pop music because no legal verification has been made. Ha ha. See where I'm coming from? I'm sure you do. Ted Branston, being of intellectual abilities, will understand exactly what I mean. You've missed so much rhetoric tonight, my friend. You really have. I haven't spot my dummy out in any sort of wrong way. But I've said a few things here and there. And I'm sure everybody can attest to that. Look, if I was to say sorry, it'd be meaningless.
so deep, you ain't never climbing out on the sick. No excuses. Hold on, watch this time. At this time, don't be so condescending. What do you take me for? It's a meaningless apology. So meaningless. Hey, 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 hey. Sank your battleship today. Burned all your bridges, there's no getting away. And the more you protest, the more you look guilty to me. Can't you see? Don't be so condescending. What do you take me for? It's a meaningless apology. So meaningless. Hey, 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 don't bother. Don't be so condescending. What do you take me for? It's a meaningless apology. So meaningless. Don't be so condescending. What do you take me for? It's a meaningless apology. Don't bother.
Just in case you were wondering whether I can actually play these tunes, a lot of them I can. 99.9% of them I can. Because I wrote them. And even if it'd take me a couple of minutes to suss them out. Whoa, I've got loads of wind tonight. Just drinking, see. Coca-Cola. Never any good. But yeah. The reason I can play them is because I wrote them. So I would know them, wouldn't I? Even if I haven't played them for ages and ages and had no real reason to play them, aside from playing them to you lovely people, all 1,240 subscribers. I mean, to someone else, that's not very many, right? To one of these channels that have got, 90,000 Stocktons. See what I did there? And to other channels that have got, hundreds of thousands, That I'm small fry and I'm non-existent. I don't even register to you guys. But hey, the people that are here are organic. They're not forced to be here. They're not begged to be here. I don't beg everybody, oh please share me out all the time. It's in the scroll bar. But who takes notice of that scroll bar? No one. It's not like I'm becoming a millionaire from doing this. I'm doing it for the music, man. If anything comes of it, bonus. It's a bonus, isn't it? Do you reckon? Let's have a bit of this. Love Online. But Cathedra Cat Grey, in brackets, Love Online. No, hey, I haven't played this one all night. She's not even been around because she's been too busy trying to sort things out in a shop or something. I'm not 100% sure. You know, it is what it is. Steve Stockton has got the gas people around his area, so he couldn't come in. The same with Nicole, obviously, because they're living together. They are now married. But look, I can do this alone. How would I do it if not? Do you know what I mean? I've got no choice, really, have I? Let's do it alone, or don't do it at all. What do you reckon? Huh? What can I do? What can I do? Oh, well. Listen, if I ever got to the fact of being able to afford a mansion, I'd be able to afford to ship every single one of you, or pay for a flight for every single one of you to join my party. And trust me, if that were ever to be the case, the people that have stuck by me, and I'm talking about certain individuals that have been with me through the rough and the smooth. Incidentally, that's what I called my very first band, Roughly Smooth, right? So anybody that's literally stuck with me from the beginning, we're talking Eleanor, Dogface, there's a few names. No disrespect to anybody that's here, but you guys have all been kind of new, and the crowd has changed. Since certain people left my show, so did other viewers left my show, in solidarity, I suppose, for the fact that those people left. But all it was at the end of the day was a difference of opinion. I didn't need to have people go around ostracizing me to their Patreons or whatever, okay? It was just a difference of opinion where we should have just come to the fact of what I said in earlier on in the show. I agree to disagree. Now, I'm old school. That's the kind of guy I am. I can say those things. Look, I agree to disagree. We can still be friends. We've got many things in common. Unfortunately, other people clearly don't see it that way. If I don't follow who they believe is to be right, and I don't follow their doctrinings or whatever their train of thought, whatever it is, then obviously they need to leave my show and have nothing to do with me anymore and go to other people's shows, which is fine, right? That's fine. You go where the bloody hell you like. But if you're doing it in solidarity for someone else's opinion, you're wrong. You know you're wrong, and that's it. Just saying. You know? You and I could get on fabulously, and then we'll have one point of fact where we don't get on. Does that mean you stop watching my show and go elsewhere and never come back again? I mean, that's up to you. But what a waste. What a waste of a little link we have. You know, no matter how small that link, as human beings, we've got a little link. Sorry for me keep coughing. I know you can't hear it, but because I'm quick to turn the mics off, but I've got a little tickle in the back of my throat. Never good, never, and always annoying. I've lost a lot of people on this channel through difference of opinion. Now you think about that. Difference of opinion. I'm sure to say that even with your loved ones that you're married to or you have a deep relationship with, I'm willing to bet and put money on it that you have had difference of opinions with them. Do you stop being their friends? Do you get a divorce with your wife or your husband if you have a difference of opinion? No. You work through it and you come to a point of agreeing to disagree. Or you take your separate paths and you keep separate for a little bit and then you come back together and just carry on as normal. Why has society broken down so much is my problem. It really is. If you think I'm talking a load of shit, right, just say so. I personally don't. I think I'm just talking normalities. But I don't know. I don't know how to word it anymore. Without risking, you know, the ostracizement or the people leaving the channel because, oh no, they don't align with my values and stuff. Really? So what? Do you like the music? Yeah, I like the music. Ah, you like the music. But you just don't like what I say, yeah? No, I don't like what you say, Lee. So I'm going to ostracize you and never watch your channel again. And go around and tell everybody else that they shouldn't watch your channel because you believe this or you believe that. Well, the people that have gone out doing that, you need to relook at your life. Because if you feel the need to be able to ostracize someone else to get someone else to be on your side of the fence, you're duping them into being your friend. You're not getting a true friend there. You're making them feel like they should be on your side. You're forcing them to enact things that they can't sustain, and eventually they're going to upset you and you're going to ostracize them too. Learn to agree to disagree. That's the only message that I've ever got. Is everybody can be friends. Everybody. Absolutely everybody. You should never listen to haters. You're exactly right, Jax. Sometimes people just want to hate for the sake of hating. But that's their sad loss. Because they'll never have anybody that cares about them. They'll only have themselves that cares about themselves. And that's true narcissism. You know? I don't know. What do I really know? Really? I'm just speaking shit. What do I know? Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Listen to the artifact. Ah, the Artifact, eh? It's all right, isn't it? Good enough tune, isn't it? That this one goes out to the Stocktons.
Yeah, give your love to me, baby.
I know what you need. I know just how to please you. I got what it takes. I know what you need. I can provide. There's no way I'll hide from you. I got what it takes. I know what you need. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I will respect you. I can protect you. I got what it takes. I'm your man. Take it fast or slow. Who knows where it goes? I've got what it takes. I'm your man. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee you're gonna give your love to me. You'll give your love to me. I know what you need. I know just how to please you. I got what it takes. I know what you need. I can provide. There's no way I'll hide from you. I got what it takes. I know what you need. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee. Gonna give your love to me. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee. You're gonna give your love to me. I guarantee. I guarantee. You'll give your love to me.
Now, I used to open my show a lot of the times with that track. I ended up just doing A Place for You because I want this to be a place for you. It's not a joke. It's not just a, oh, he just plays it because it happens to fit. No, no, I really mean that stuff, man. You know, I don't just say things. I mean it, you know. Even though I like to say stay a little bit incognito as well. Shh. Don't tell everyone. They'll all want a bit of privacy. Our little secret.
Calculating, crunching numbers, watching everything we do. Interference, have no clearance. I didn't give permission to. I'm staying under the radar. You're never gonna notice me. I'm staying under the radar. Incognito, so reliant. virtual contact. Never knowing what could happen to you. If your senses could be clearer, we wouldn't have to fear for you. I'm staying under the radar. You're never gonna notice me. I'm staying under the radar. Incognito.
See, I'm glad you think that, mate, because that track is exactly that. You know, I'll be a place for you. You know, that track really is a welcoming track. It is the whole factor is that everybody's welcome. I don't care about your beliefs. So long as you can be the guy or the gal that can come to the realization of agreeing to disagree on certain subjects. But where it's concerned is this channel is not about any of those subjects. This channel is purely about the embracement, the embrace of music, all right? The enjoyment of music in a collective. So sorry. So trying to find people that think the same as you, it's just a pointless game. You end up in an echo chamber then as well. You don't want that. True minds, right, are up for a little bit of opposition. Because it keeps your mind fresh and you may change your opinions on certain things. You may view things in a different way because sometimes you're so in an echo chamber that the only way you think is a particular way and you need someone else's ideas to influence yours. That's what it's about. That is what it's about. That's why it's a good thing to listen to the opposing side and not writing off every single thing that everybody ever says. And like I said, get into the place of agreeing to disagree. Do you know what? I'm going to write a song called Agree to Disagree. It has to be done. I don't know how I'm going to word it yet, but it's going to be the complete opposites and saying, okay, fair enough, so we disagree, but let's agree to disagree. Because that was such a polite way to be. And there's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean to say you got to be enemies. And this is what really hurts me. It does hurt me, I must admit, because I wouldn't keep going on about it otherwise. It's actually affected me. Because people have, like I said, written me off, left my live stream, not been a part of my show anymore, purely because I have had an opinion that didn't align with their opinion. And instead of just saying to me, you know, we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one, Lee, and laughing about it and say, well, that's fair enough, whatever. No, no, no. I am wrong, 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 wrong. You are wrong. And until you admit you are completely wrong and that you need to agree with my alignment, sorry, I don't do that. I don't do that. There's certain things that I will bend on, and I can understand that. You can, we all should. We should still have those pushbacks. I get that. But that doesn't mean to say that you've got to change your opinion. Doesn't mean to say that you've got to change who you are to suit someone else because you don't want to upset that one individual. Well, I'll tell you what. Sometimes you've got to also not care about that individual that you're upsetting. Because sometimes they are so lost in the quagmire of bullshit that they've bought into that there's no coming back anyway. So you're better off just sticking with your guns. You know exactly what I mean. Especially nowadays. There used to be a time when we could speak our mind. Those times are gone. And you have to be careful about what you say. And I think I'm being actually quite careful about how I speak about these things. You have to read between the lines to know what I'm talking about. And anybody that's got a bit of a brain will know exactly what I mean. Because there's only certain issues that have been dividing us lately. There's not many things, but there's certain issues that we're just like people with any brains that have been alive on this earth for long enough. I've been told a certain thing, and those things have never changed. And all of a sudden, one day, you've got to believe that there's multitudes of those things that don't even exist. You can just make it up as you go along. You can put a costume on and be anybody you want nowadays. And you'll get affirmed by the righteous because you are a bigot if you don't agree. I'm sorry, I don't agree. And anybody that knows what I'm talking about, fair play to you, because I do talk in riddles, but I do it on purpose. Because you say the blatant things, you're not allowed to say the blatant things that you know is ridiculous. You say that, mate, you are a bigot. You are to be ostracized, and you are to be pointed out as you're racist, you're bigoted, you're phobic of any kind. Like I said, I'm all about live and let live. I'm quite happy for someone in private to do whatever the hell they want to do. But as soon as they try to tell my children that they can try these new things, I've got a problem with that. I've got a problem with it. Anybody that doesn't have a problem with certain rhetoric being wanted to be taught to kids, I've got a problem with that. But I'll still agree to disagree, and doesn't make me your enemy. It just makes me someone with an opposing position. This is called Burning Hearts. This is about a normal sort of perspective. Coming from a man looking at a woman. And yes, I know what one is.
Inspire, dangerous desire for all who ever see you. You got them calling, almost pouring out their energy. attention, getting all the looks. You attract so much attention, turning heads, burning hearts. Much attention, getting all the looks. You attract so much attention, turning heads, burning hearts. You attract so much attention, getting all the looks. You attract so much attention, turning heads, burning hearts.
Bit of Burning Hearts there, yes. What that song's actually about is, as a man, right? You know, because I know what one is. As a man, even as a married man, but whenever I've had a girlfriend or been married, twice that is, I've been married, guys. So even as a married man, stood outside of a shop waiting for the wife to do whatever she's doing in the shop. And I'm stood outside. Like most men and women are just more, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. Yes, you do. Don't lie. Right? Okay. When a guy stood outside a shop and a particular opposite sex walks past, and you'll look up and you'll see that there's loads of men stood outside waiting for their wives outside the shop, having a smoke or whatever they're doing, right? Okay, they're stood outside the shop waiting for their wives to do what they're doing. Because the wives, as you know, women, you look on every shelf, on every item, looking for the bargains and stuff. You know you do it. A guy doesn't do that. A guy knows what he wants in a shop. He'll go into a shop, he'll go to the aisle he knows that it's at, he'll grab the item, he'll go straight to the counter, he'll pay for the item and he's out. 2 minutes. Boom, done. That's his shopping experience. A woman can't out, and this is not stereotyping, it's reality, right? A woman will go into a shop, she'll look at every single shelf, she'll look at every single bargain, she'll and ah about things, go away, go to 6 different other shops and still end up coming back to that original shop and buying the item that she first saw. But, needless to say, when you stood outside, okay, most of us guys, perverse as we are, all right? Look, genetics tell us to sow our oats. That's it. Sow the seed to continue your generation, to continue your genetics. It's got nothing to do with feelings. It's all to do with genetics. And science has forgotten what genetics is lately, right? But I'm going to remind it just a little bit. You're all stood outside the shop waiting for your lady friend, your lady, whatever, your woman, your girlfriend, your wife. And whilst you're outside, the most beautiful female or male walks past. And as they walk past, every single head goes donk, 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 following her along. And then you notice all these other heads doing that same thing, right? That's what Blissfully Unaware is all about. Not Blissfully Unaware, sorry. I'll get it right in a minute. Burning Hearts is all about. It's about the thoughts that you have that you'd never enact. You'd never enact upon them. So you'd see a beautiful thing, and it's no different to seeing a beautiful car as it comes past. You attract so much attention, getting all the looks. You attract so much attention, turning hearts, turning heads, burning hearts. And it's the same for a woman, and it's the same for a car. So it's the same for anything you see that you admire or you think is beautiful, you know. But that'd be wrong nowadays, because you're just a pervert. You know, like for instance, the women that film themselves in a gym wearing the tightest of pants that they can wear, right? But I say pants because you Americans understand that. Leggings, let's say leggings. So a woman wears the tightest leggings possibly to show off every single curve that they've got on the rear end, and you know exactly what I mean. Now, genetically speaking, for a male, when he sees that, it's like why the breasts have the cleavage, right? The reason why women grew breasts on their front is because they were no longer bent over on all fours, so they weren't you weren't focused on the rear end. But when a woman focuses in a gym, for instance, their rear end and how voluptuous it is, a male just automatically it's not about the male having disgusting thoughts. It's about the male having a genetic drive to have to sow his seed, to be able to continue his lineage. It's got nothing to do with being perverse. It's got to do with animal instincts. It's got nothing to do with just because we have polite manners and written works and stuff like that. Okay? It's got nothing to do with that in reality. In reality, it's about pheromones, about the drive to continue your lineage. So when a woman who films herself hoping to catch the man to have a go at him for looking at her, well, you're wearing the tightest pants possible so that someone notices you, so that you can catch them and call them out on it. Well, how about this? You wear some loose jogging bottoms, okay, and don't wear those tight things that emphasize your rear end. If you don't want to be looked at, don't make the effort to get looked at. And when you do get looked at, don't moan about it, embrace it and say, thank you very much for finding me attractive. How about that one? Just saying. Because I see this all the time now, these new scrunty women, that they know they're gorgeous, but rather than saying, yeah, thank you very much for thinking I'm so great, or thinking I'm so gorgeous, no. It's like, you pervert. A man is not a pervert. He's trying to sow his seed because you've invited it. Am I wrong? Look, tell me if I'm wrong, you know. Tell me if I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm out of order, you know, I'll listen to it. Don't mean to say I'll accept it, but I'll listen to your point of view. Yeah, right is wrong, up is down. You're right, Ted Branston. You're not wrong. You got to be careful with your opinion now, mate. So I remain incognito. I'm staying under the radar. Incognito.
Crunching numbers, watching everything we do. Interference, have no clearance. I didn't give permission to. I'm staying under the radar. You're never gonna notice me. I'm staying under the radar. Incognito. So rely on virtual contact. Never knowing what can happen to you. If your senses could be clearer, we wouldn't have to fear for you. I'm staying under the radar. You're never gonna notice me. I'm staying under the radar. Incognito.
So what do we think then so far then? Do we think this is a pointless show? Am I speaking a complete and utter load of poo? You know, what's your opinions? Do I sound like a normal everyday guy, or do I sound like someone who's got extreme views? Because I don't think I'm extreme in the slightest. I think I'm just trying to find that normal middle ground, and it's really hard. You know, I feel like I'm always treading through a quagmire. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna upset anybody at any moment, and they're gonna say you're such a bigot and leave my show and unsubscribe and go away and tell everybody how what a bastard I am. Because that seems to be the case lately. Because there's a lot of names that I don't ever see anymore, and I'm guessing that the only reasons they don't is because of the words they've heard from someone else who's telling them, you don't want to listen to that guy, or you don't want to go and watch that guy. He's this, he's that. Now, do you think I'm really worthy of that? If you think I deserve that, then okay, you know, the more people that tell me that, maybe I need to rethink. But I'm pretty sure that I've just got a middle sort of view on most things, a kind of a normalised view, or at least the older style of normalised views. I'm not over religious, but I'm not against religion. I like to conserve normalities. You know, is that wrong? Is it wrong that I think that there's, you know, male and female? Is that wrong? Is it really? Is it really that wrong? Because can't we just agree to disagree on that level then? If you have these wild ideas that you need to be affirmed in your individuality, don't you get affirmed enough just in having your own name? Isn't that affirmation enough? Do you need affirmation on your private sexual life as well? I don't, personally, because I'm comfortable. I don't need affirmation on any of those levels. If you feel the need to be affirmed on every level of your existence, and in such making up your own ideology, your own identity that's individual to you, well, I'll tell you what, if everybody in these 7 billion people on this planet decided to do that, how are you going to remember every single one of them's proper pronouns? You're not. You're going to be as much of a bigot as I am. So I suggest, my idea is this. How about you ditch that stupid ideology, because it's dumb. It's a snake that will eat itself. And as you've all proven, you've eaten your own. You can get back to normality just by realizing that they're, genetically speaking, when we dig you up in 10,000 years' time, we're going to look at your pelvis, and they're going to say, oh, look, that one could fit a melon through that. That must be female. That one over there couldn't get an onion through it. That must be male. They're not going to know that you identified as a potato, because no one will care. No one will know that you identified as a freaking helicopter. No one cares. No one will know that you've identified as interplanetary species that no one even heard of, because no one will care. Structurally speaking, genetically speaking, there's no change in it. No one can change who they are. They're born who they are. The affirmation comes from people accepting you as you, rather than a twisted parent that tells you you can be something that you can't be. Who's the abuser here? It's the people affirming you in your twisted belief, or indoctrinating you into a belief that doesn't even exist. I'm on one, aren't I? I need to shut the hell up, don't I? Listen, for any of you flakes that are up, I don't mean to call anybody flakes, but someone that's affected in a deep and angerful way about the words that I'm speaking here, you need to go back to school, really. and learn what genetics is and learn what biology is. Because you can't just make something up, and you can't just put a coat on or a wig on and say you're something and it be true and it get affirmed by real people that actually are that. You can't do that. It's not a reality. You know? You can't make up your own reality. Well, you can, provided that's in your own home. You can pretend to be whatever you like. You can put a furry suit on and pretend you're a dog. But you can't tell a child to go to school and pretend you're a dog and then bark at every teacher and expect water bowls and meals to be put down on a bowl on the floor. Whoever's even introducing that whole idea needs to be taken to a mental asylum, and they need a white jacket put on them. There's a place for them people. I'm on one, aren't I? I need to shut up, play a record. How about that? See? This is what happens. This is what happens. I have an opinion. It's not opinion that people want. I'm going to be the prey for these people. Good job I'm only a tiny little YouTuber, not a massive one, who can influence people. I'm not an influencer. Thank goodness, huh? Thank God. Yeah, I am honest, mate, with my understanding of existence, mate, and I've been alive 55 years. I've always known the same things up until 3 years ago. I've always known exactly the same things and knew what I was in the world. I knew who I was, and all of a sudden, no. You're wrong, we're right with our new beliefs. And you need to progress, right? But that progression comes at a cost, because that means that they've got to tear down every other belief that's ever existed forever and start a whole new weird thing that you all of a sudden have to placate to. And if you don't, you're cancelled, you're banned, you're discouraged from having any sort of interaction with the world, because the only opinion that matters is the one that's deluded. So basically, the delusions and the sick and the ill and the mentally disturbed have taken over. And if you don't placate to the mentally disturbed, right, and I'm not talking about people with normal mental illness, I'm talking about ones that prefer to be mentally ill, choose to ignore reality, choose to ignore biology, choose to call you a bigot when you don't agree, instead of saying I agree to disagree. And I always go on these ones, right? It's not a rant. It's not anti anything. I'm not anti anything. I don't give a shit what you do behind closed doors. I don't care if you're a man and wants to wear a dress. But what you're not going to tell me is that you are female. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah, there you go. Spat that actual dummy right out right there, haven't I? You know, it's not women need to stand up for women's rights and stuff, okay? I'm not talking about over feminism. I'm talking about the right to have your individual spaces and stuff without it being taken over by perverse men. Because most of the time, as soon as you open that idea that a man can take part in women's things, you're opening the door to autogynephiles. And an autogynephile is someone that just puts on a dress, pretends to be female, so that they can go into women's spaces, watch women undress, go home and masturbate their night away. You could think what you like about that attitude, mate, but that is the reality. That is a reality. There's more of them than there is actual people that have trouble with the way that they see their self. And that in itself is a genetic abnormality. And it's also something that you need help with. You don't just go and chop your bits off because someone tells you, oh, look, you like to play girls' sports, or you like to play girls' games. Maybe you're a girl. You don't affirm that shit with a child. My son loved to play with dolls, and he loved to push chairs. There's nothing wrong with that. He could grow up to be a father and be a nurturing father. That doesn't mean to say he wants to be a woman because he pushes a pushchair with a doll in it. And now, as a matter of fact, he's 13. And all he thinks about is ladies in the other way. In the way you know, young males generally think about women. So, and whether he was, if he'd have been the other way, I'd have also embraced that. It'd be what he is. That isn't to say I've got something against them people. I haven't got nothing against that. I'm not anti anything, but I'm anti people that tell me how I should think. I'm anti anybody that tells my children how they should be and that they should trying the other, when there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to try the other. If they don't feel that, why would you even encourage that? What the hell's that about? You know? It's just ludicrous, isn't it? There's a lot of things that are just so freaking ludicrous. It shouldn't even be mentioned, you know? I say, what the hell do I know? What do I know? I don't know nothing. But I mean, even science is being challenged, and science is going on the side of these weirdos. Do you know what? I've got to tell you this. I will not go to my doctors anymore. Do you know why? Because they try to push something on me that has now been proven to be unethical. And yet they kept sending me message after message. Your free one is here to come and take. Come and get your jab. Come and get jabbed up. Well, I respect anybody that cares for their health. I'm not a health person. But I tell you now, I have no faith whatsoever in any authority now telling me about my health. None. It's gone. Absolutely shattered. Because they spent 2 years thinking it was a good idea that was wrong in the 18th century or the early 19th century, whatever, the Spanish flu. It was wrong then to mask people or muzzle people, as I call it. But they thought they'd try it again. Doesn't matter that the likes of myself worked with paints for many years as a prepper, right? As a spraying prepper. So I prepared vehicles, including boats and aircraft, and I had to wear a mask a lot. And I'm telling you now, those masks can't handle paint particles. You still end up with stuff up your nose, and at the end of the day, you'd be sneezing stuff out, scraping out of your arse cheeks. I know it's disgusting to talk about, right? But you think a paper mask would save you from a virus, right? Even a germ, which is about 20,000 times the size, I'm talking out my arse here, is a few hundred times or whatever bigger than a virus, a germ, right? A germ is bigger than a virus. And yet one of those paper masks are only good for spittle. They do not stop the inhalation of particulates coming through it. It's like holding up a chain link fence to a mosquito. A virus or a germ will just go straight through it and won't even know it's there. But no. You're protecting people. You're a savior of people. And if you don't, you're a murderer. And now look at the truth that's come out. And I always knew this from the start, and I was called dangerous. And I was ostracized. I wouldn't have been able to fly anywhere without being abused by a certain... Sorry, mate. I don't agree. It all seemed so wrong in the first place. You know, I don't know who's going to agree with me on this, and I'm not looking for agreeance. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that I have no longer any faith in the people I should have faith in. Should I not have faith in our medical association? Should I have faith in my doctor? That's the question I want to get to. Do you think I should have faith in my doctor? Because I'm telling you now, I haven't. Why would I? When they sent me text after text after text, your free jabs here, come and get it. Come on, you know you want it. You need it. What I want to know is, 30 years it normally takes for any of those things to be created, tested, to work out the bugs, to realize what dangers it causes, to then be able to tell the public, look, you take it at your own risk because of these risks. Right? Oh, no. You take it or else. Mandating things to be jabbed into you. That to me is dark agenda. That's a dark agenda. And anybody that disagrees with that, mate, I think you're a little bit misinformed. I'm sorry, I do. Sorry if that hurts you. And I mean, my brother took the jab, right? Got violated, because that's the way I see it. It's a violation. Because My body, my choice is only okay when they're saying it. When you're saying it, you're a bigot. You're killing people. You're literally killing people without taking it. Well, funny how now the truth has come out that it wasn't viable in the first place. That what they used was a stockpile of what they already had. No shit. Really? Is that real? Is that actual, is it? I didn't know that. Of course I knew that. Of course I knew that. It's called trusting change. I'm sorry, I can't trust change. Step in the right direction. I think not. Exactly. And that's what's wrong with the world. We can't agree to disagree, can we, YouTube? Because I'm not saying what you want me to say. You don't own language. 12 hours, in fact, that I've been streaming for. How wonderful is it for you lot to stick with me? And in all my rants and stuff that I'm going on about, that please don't be offended by my opinions, people. It's just an opinion. You don't have to hate me for it. You don't have to stop watching me. You don't have to not be here anymore because of an opinion, right? Well, like I said, we have to get to the place where we can agree to disagree, just like old times. I remember my granddad going to football, right? I've never been into football, but he used to go to he used to always tell me these stories. He used to go to football with his neighbour, and his neighbour supported the opposite team to him every time, purposefully. And then they go to a match. They'd sit in the same stall. One would be sat on the one side's and the other on their side, and they would cheer their team on. They would go home and drink and talk about the match that went on and stuff, and about their thoughts on the match. Never would they hate each other just because they supported a different team. Let that sink in. Like I said, there's been many, many people that have stopped watching my show particularly. The whole crowd has changed, has moved. And a lot of the reason why a lot of people don't come here now is because they have been told by other people, you don't want to be watching them, they've got this attitude or that attitude. Well, so what if I have? That doesn't mean that we can't be friends. That doesn't mean that on some level there's something we have got in common. We don't have to have everything in common, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to agree with every opinion that Lee's got. You know? You can have your own opinion and still like me. You don't have to hate me because I've got an opinion. And yet I've found on a lot of cases there's been a lot of people that have come through my channel specifically, and this is just a bloody music channel. You imagine if you actually had opinions and actually pushed those opinions out. You imagine how ostracized you'd be then. It's bad enough just being me, just being the musician and having a point of view, being ostracized, and I'm not watching his show anymore. He doesn't believe this, and he doesn't believe that. I can't watch that show when he doesn't believe that. Well, I'll tell you what. No problem. But it's your loss. It's a community you've turned your back on. Nobody had anything against you and your beliefs. No one said anything. But because you heard me say something, you decided, well, I can't be watching him, or because someone else has told you that I've had a certain opinion. Because I've banned a couple of people on this channel, doesn't mean to say that I've banned everybody that has that opinion. No. It's only people that didn't know when to shut up. Because there's agreeing to disagree, and there's someone that will bait you and bait you and bait you and bait you, and then wonder why you're saying, look, that's enough, because you're not getting the message that we can agree to disagree. You're at the point where all you want to do is cause controversy or take up all my time of live streaming with arguing with you because you're so narcissistic you need your name put on the screen all the time or some shit. You know? Most of the people that are here now, because I've given out these opinions on purpose. I've given out these opinions so everybody knows where they stand with me immediately. They know what kind of belief system I run. And if they don't like it, they run away. Because either, number one, they've got no real argument about it. Because there is no real argument about it. Or number two, they just don't want that. They walk around with blinkers on. I'm not listening, or fingers in their ears. You know, I'm not listening to normality because I live in my own little dream world. And I've had people in other channels placate to my dream world. So I'm going there from now on. Well, go there. But you're going to end up being the outcasts. Because eventually it is the snake that will eat itself. There is normality. There is normalization of things, right? but things that are normally conceived. Not just because you shoehorn something in there and tell everybody to believe it. There are things that are actual, and even a 2-year-old child can get it. They know the difference between a man and a girl. They don't need to be told, oh, there's 16 million genders. No, there's not. You don't need to do that to a child, because all you're doing is causing confusion for them people. And you that's doing that, that's abuse. I don't give a shit what you say. A kid has it hard enough as it is navigating growing up, and yet you want to throw all this weird shit at them as well. Wow. That needs to stop. I've seen enough of it. I've seen more than enough of it. I've seen it on a small level. And F knows what it must be like to live in America, especially like if you live in California, for instance. Wow. You are knackered, you live there. Anyway, let's play a record. No, you are right. You are right, Ted. See, there we go. Look, Ted. There you go. Right? You're absolutely right, Ted. Right? You're right. You're right. I should leave it because this is not the platform. And you're absolutely right. Because you're not allowed to have an opinion unless it aligns with certain indoctrination. And it is indoctrination, and you know it. Yeah. The Stocktons can't be here tonight, Orphan Annie, because there's a gas leak in their general direction of where they live in New England. Whatever estate they live on, there's a gas leak. They've got a lot of noise around there. There's no point being on the show because all you'd get is a lot of drilling and stuff in the background. So they've declined to be on tonight. You know they'll be back. I mean, Steve will definitely, they'll be here Saturday. I very much doubt whether they'll still be dealing with the gas leak on Saturday, because it's a whole day and a half. Yeah? Yeah, Steve's been eating the beans, let off too much gas yet again. You're right there, Ted. You're right. Chili beans, yeah? And Steve had chili beans, yeah, let off a lot of gas. I see what you did there, mate. Oh, God, you're so intellectual. Look. Mate. This is just never enough.
A nice day out on the beach, the morning's too hot. A great night out in the blitz, the film is not. It's just never enough. Never enough. It's just never enough. The best show in the world, but the seating's not right. The sky full of beautiful stars, but it's just too bright. It's just never enough. It's just never enough.
Yes, indeed. Now, stick a 1 in the chat if you think I'm completely full of crap. I'm not really inviting that. It's a joke. Okay? But stick a 1 in the chat if you think, I'm bordering on normality. If you, that would just help me immensely, to be fair. If you think I'm just being normal guy, old school, but normal guy, then, you stick a 1 in that chat. Because Janie's and Lennon, I've got to tell you, it's been 4 hours, 44 minutes, 45 minutes now. And I've got to tell you, it's nuts that I've even gone this long, because normally it's 4 hours at the most. And we're bordering on 5 hours live stream. And you haven't heard a record twice. At least I don't think so. If you have, then hey, whoa. So sue me, okay? But it just shows you, in 5 hours, yes, I've been speaking a lot. But I've played a lot of music, haven't I? And like I said, I could play all night long. If I included the instrumentals, you wouldn't get through it in 48 hours. You just wouldn't. It's just too much music. If I played it literally without speaking at all, then maybe you'll get through 10% of it in 48 hours. I have written a lot of music. A lot. It's not a joke. Zip it, Lee. All right, Ted, ease up, son. Me and you's going to have to agree to disagree in a minute, mate. That's going to be vicious. Stick to the music. What are you saying? I don't know anything. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you're right. See, you're right. When you're right, mate. And you are right. It's reality. And some people can't handle reality. And really, if I was speaking on behalf of abnormality, this show would be in the millions of views by now. I would be taken and lifted up high, put on a pedestal. Look at this guy, he just got it all going on. He knows that men can give birth. He knows that men can have periods. He's just the dude. He's the man. He's the science. What's science? Science got nothing to do with reality. Oh, come on, that was a good one. Come on, that was good. Even Ted, you got to say that was a good one. Yeah. Cheers. Guys, you've been amazing tonight. I've had some absolutely wonderful time tonight. I really have. No, I have. I'm not fibbing. Oh, I didn't want to do that. What I want to do is that one. That's what I want to do. There you go. There you go. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. You wonderful, wonderful 1,240 subscribers of mine. I mean, that's just astounding. See, other people that have got 90,000 subscribers, Steve Stockton, other people that have got like 90,000 subscribers and then into the hundreds of thousands of subscribers and into the millions of subscribers forgot where it started. Because they think there's something they're not now, which is just a guy, just a girl. I think a lot of them live off of their brand recognition and think that because they've got brand recognition, somehow they're better. And I'm not talking about people I know, because I know some righteous people, thankfully. And there's one thing to use it, and there's another thing to think that because you've got it, that somehow you're better than the little guy that started off like this. Forgetting that everybody starts YouTube like this. Scraping for subscribers, almost begging for them. Although I won't do that. I'll put myself out there because, like I said, there's a fine line between narcissism and confidence. I'm confident in the things that I do, but I am not so confident that I don't need reassurance to know that I'm doing the right thing. I mean, I'm doing it because I want to connect with people and stuff, and that I got no choice because I live music. I don't just do it for the weekend. I don't write music just to please certain crowds. I do music to please myself. And anybody else that listens to it afterwards and likes it is a bonus to me. And of course, I want to grow as a channel. I'd love to see First for Audio grow. But that's not to say that I won't compromise who I am to get those numbers. I'll be who I am, and if it grows, it grows. If it doesn't, hey ho, I'll still carry on doing it. That's not going to discourage me from doing music. But what I've got to tell you is this: you've been amazing, and I really appreciate every single one of you for watching my silly little YouTube channel and listening to me rant. Hopefully, I gave you more music than rant. Right? I'm not ranting, I'm just talking normalities as far as I'm concerned. I'm not even talking anything controversial. The only controversy is that people seem to think there's controversy in it, when there's not. There is none. It's just normality. All I'm ever speaking is normality. Although I've had 55 years of knowing that normality. All of a sudden they're like, no, now you must believe this instead. And I'm like, how about no? Thousands of years of evolution has told me no. And told me that is strange. And you're strange. And you... There was a word for those people. And they were generally put into a straitjacket. Anyway, you have been fantastic as an audience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate every moment you spend with me on this tiny little corner of YouTube. Okay? Thank you very much. But I'm going to bid you adieu. And I'll see you on Saturday for a live musical performance. I don't know how great I'm going to be on Saturday. Probably not that great. But hey, guess what? I don't care. It's for fun. And you can get there and you can take the mickey out of how crap I am if you like. I don't care. It's your opinion. And we can agree to disagree. Ciao.
the only time that matters is now.